V8 tracks. I had to do it to him. V8 tracks. I had to do it to him. V8 tracks. I had to do it to him.
What up? It's your girl Letty. Welcome to V8 Tracks Live. Let's go.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to V8 Tracks Live. I'm your host, V8 Tracks, and today we're going to jump into a music stream. We haven't done one in a minute, and I got some work that I need to get done. So you're going to come along for the ride with me today. Obviously, if you're normally here for the retro gaming, I appreciate it, but today we got to do something a little bit different. Got to get some work in. Basically working on a beat, and as the title shows, I had a little bit of love-hate relationship with my standard DAW, which is Pro Tools. Used that one for the majority of my career, and just lately it started giving me some, just like it just started talking back to me and acting weird and stuff. So I'm like, you know what, Universal Audio's got this new DAW out. It's been out for maybe like a year or two at this point, and I just recently downloaded it, started using it, kind of pretty new to it, but I feel it's very intuitive, and I wanted to get some mixing done on this DAW. So if you guys are part of the audio mixing community that tends to use Pro Tools and you have not used Luna, this would be a good chance for you to check it out and see kind of what its basic functionality is. What's up, Nuff Dragon? Welcome on in. I'm going to try out some new plugins that I've acquired throughout the last few months as well. See what it's like on, you know, some of the elements of the beat. So without further ado, let's jump on in. All right. What is up, guys? So this is basically Luna. So it's a digital audio workstation. So that's what DAW stands for. If you hear me say DAW, and you're not, you know, used to the audio lingo. But yeah, I've already imported my stems, so I have my it's only a few on this track, nothing too crazy. It's a sample based driven track. What I do is I make my beats in another program called Reason Studio, and after I kind of get like the good idea of what the song structure's like, I'll again throw it in to my DAW, and that's when I'll do like the actual mixing of the levels, the effects, and all that kind of stuff. So Nuff Dragon, hopefully your Sunday's going well. How are you with music production? Is this something that you've ever checked out before? I don't know. Do you play anything? Do you do any music on your own? I know sometimes people play keyboard, pianos. They've DJ'd. They've done some mixing on their stuff. Maybe they used to sing or rap or all of the above. You know, so even if it's not your part of your universe, it's cool to check out. You know. All right, so I'm just going to play you basically the loop that I've generated between all of these stems here, and then we'll start working on it. Let's see here. Oh, make sure I got everything running here. That'd be nice, right? I'll mute that. There we go. Okay. You're deaf? You're so deaf, or you're literally deaf? Got it. Okay, so basically that's our loop. It's comprised of these elements. We're gonna start getting in there because I like that it's got that like old school New York kind of gritty vibe to it, and I was kind of going for that vibe. Something that you would have heard maybe like 50 Cent rap on back in his mixtape era. So I got that going. Now I wanna start just kind of like hearing these things isolated. So okay, that's a 808. It's a distorted 808. Turn it up so you can hear a little bit better. That's that. Okay. Now here's the drums. Now, I also used there's a plugin called Sound City Studios. Basically, that's a really cool plugin that simulates the room reverb and everything from the actual Sound City Studios, which is kind of in my backyard. It's very popular studio that a lot of people recorded at, from anywhere from like Nirvana, Rage Against the Machine, Tom Petty, you name it, like they've been there. That studio has since closed down, but they have a plugin that's supposed to emulate the different rooms that they have there, not only reverb but like mic placement and everything. So I did another track of those same drums with that plugin. I calibrated it to get this part. I wanted more of like a live drum effect, so I'm capturing the room noise, almost like overhead mics on top of that kit, so that I could kind of get a better, live feel for it. Now, the only thing is, when you go that route, it's like you might miss some of that impact, the punch of the transients on the drums. So I'm gonna attack those dry drums first, and I'm gonna try to like dial in maybe some compression, maybe like some EQ on there. Let's see what we can get done. Okay, so this is a famous compressor. It's a LA2A compressor plugin from Universal Audio. I tend to like Universal Audio's plugins. I feel like they're very professional. They got a clean sound. I'm not worried if they're gonna crash anything. They're pretty solid. So always UA is a good way to go. There's some more boutique plugin companies that are really solid too. But I think for the price point, you get like a really good sound out of that. So I think that's good to start out with the compressor right there at that level. Let's hear it with and without. So this is without. Now with. Okay, obviously they're not gain matched, so it's not like, you know, just because it's louder, you're probably thinking, oh, it sounds better. But that's why when you want to gain match stuff to with and without the effect, to make sure you're hearing the actual effect and not just the volume. Out. So there, I think I kind of like landed on a good spot. It's kind of gain match. So this is without it. With. Without. Maybe a little bit more in the gain. Drop this down a little bit more. Okay, I like that. So just getting 1 decibel of gain reduction on it, because I feel like that sample is probably already compressed on its own, so I don't want to overdo it. So 1 dB I think is a good spot. So basically we're just making sure we got some level there. We got some little bit of that sound of the compressor in there. Now I think we need to EQ that a bit. Check out the EQs we got here. So there's some stuff that I'm like accustomed to using, and then there's a bunch of stuff that I haven't used a whole lot of. So I'm gonna do a little bit of both probably during this session. I'm probably gonna use some plugins that I'm very comfortable with. I'm gonna use some that I have no idea what, you know, the GUI on them. I'm gonna have to like explore and really like just try them out for the first time. Let me see, what can I use for this one? That filter is always good. That one it's very flexible, but I use that more for like vocals and maybe like my master bus. Let's see. You know what? I wonder. This is a good EQ. It's like I think it's like a Neve style EQ. I wonder what that would sound like on here. Let me see. And a lot of what we do is going to be just experimenting. Sometimes there's not like a lot of rules that you want to just lock yourself in a box. You want to randomly just try stuff out, see what works and what doesn't work. All right. No, I don't think I want to use it for this. So we're going to get rid of this now. Try to find another EQ that would work better. I've used that before on vocals. That one seems to help in certain areas. Let me see. You know what? Maybe like some sort of API might be good. I got a bunch of plugin alliance stuff. So SSL could be good too. Wait, what's no? Wait, let me look at this real quick. No, this is more like my master. I'm not gonna use that for this. Another good compressor there. Okay, here's the API stuff. I've used these on vocals. Sometimes I've used them on kick drums, but now I got a whole drum mix, 2-channel mix there. We got the Pultec style EQs. I like those. Well, you know what? Maybe because it's a whole, like it's a 2-channel drum stem. Maybe this might be good. Let me see. And this one's from Waves. I also have the Universal Audio. I have like a bunch of these. I have different Pultecs, but let's try the Waves. It's just without it. I'm gonna turn it on with. Without. With. I might do that just because it feels like it's going to give me like a little low end presence. All right, so I like that. Now, another thing I like to use on drums is saturation. Let me just type it in here. I can find it quicker. Excuse me. Here we go. This thing's a beast. You get some nice tube saturation in there. Yeah, I find that the alternate tube is pretty good on this too. It gets like kind of lows to low mids. It thickens up that area, and I think that's what this kind of needs. So I'm gonna go with that tube. Doesn't need that. That's good, just a touch. Without it, with. It's really easy to overdo, so I don't want to do too much right now because I feel like when I go to my master bus, we're going to end up putting probably some more like tape saturation, so I don't want to overdo it right now at this level. Okay, so we got the compressor, we got the EQ, got some saturation on there. Trying to see what else this might benefit from, if anything. Let's see. All right, I think it was on mute there. Yeah, I was just explaining that this is a compressor. It's a old school compressor. It's been around for a while, but as far as hardware goes, they only made 500 units of this. So this is one of those things that, yeah, if you ever find one out in the wild, it's going to be very pricey. So not many people at all obviously have this. So you're going to have a lot of people using some sort of emulation to try to capture that sound. I'm going to try to use it on the last plugin in that drum bus chain. See if it might work. I'm just going to kind of scroll right now through the presets and see if I land on something that's a little bit in the direction we need to go and maybe kind of dial it in. Okay, not too many things that I cared for right there. Now I'm using this more for like almost like a color box. I just want to dial in a little bit of the compression. There's only 1 dB of gain reduction here, and I got it on a, excuse me, I believe like a 2 ratio right now. I'll go dry. I like that it has that option here. You got a wet dry knob, so you get parallel compression, which I think is what I'm gonna do. Okay, off, on, off, on. So I have it at a 50% mix here, so that's definitely parallel compression. So if you guys don't know what that means, basically it's giving you 50% of the original on-process signal and then 50% of the process signal going through this compressor. Now, if you guys haven't used Luna, the cool thing about Luna that I found is that it actually auto saves as you're going. So like if you're used to something like Pro Tools, every time you do any kind of significant changes on your track, you want to save it. I'm in the habit of hitting Control S like almost like every 30 seconds that I'm making changes. This thing will automatically do that for you. So it could be kind of good and bad in a way, because if you did something and you don't like it, you're like, I want to go back. And what I used to do in Pro Tools is I would just reload the session and it would bring up my last save. Here, it's just, since it's auto saving, you're going to have just kind of wherever you left off when you close the thing and you go back, you're going to be in the same spot. But what you could do is you could still hit Control S, and then they give you what's called a bookmark. So now the bookmark is almost like that save state. So you're going to save whatever I just did right now. It's going to save that state. And if I keep going, it's going to still keep using that auto save feature. And like the main file is always going to be wherever you left off. So if, let's say we had a power outage right now or something crashed, I come back, it's going to be exactly where I left off. I don't have to worry about saving. But then also, let's say right now, I just did this drum bus. Okay, I could just put drum bus chain. I could say done, whatever I want to put. If I put like just created chain for drum bus, what's technically the dry drum bus, and then that's save. That's it. I just save it. Now, later on, if I start doing stuff and I'm like, ooh, I kind of A-B it. I'm like, damn, I didn't like what I just did. Now I could go back to that and reload it. You go to File. You go to Open Version. You can go to like find out. Here, let's just do it. And then there's that bookmark that I made. And you'll have like a whole list of all the bookmarks you made. So that's cool for that. It's more flexibility. Honestly, at first I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to like it, but then it kind of grew on me. So now I'm happy with it. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so remember, that was the dry drum bus. Now I'm going to go ahead and add in the room drums and see if that's fine or if I need to do anything to blend it better. So this is both. Dry. Very subtle. With. Okay, so I could tell it's there, but it needs to be a little bit more prominent because it's going to have to cut through the mix a little bit more once we get going. So that means we want to probably add a compressor on here as well. I think that'll help bring it out a bit. Now, what I like to do is sometimes I copy the exact plugin over to the next track. Other times I try something completely different. In this case, I think I'm going to go with an 11. Well, you know what? No, I think because this has a lot of room noise in here, I think I might go with the Tube Tech. Let's see. Can I find it easy here? Yep, here it is down here. Here we go. Now this is a slower compressor. The attack response isn't as quick, which I would have used it probably on the dry drums if that was the case, or an 1176, which is pretty quick too. But I kind of like the sound that this gives you, and I feel like this might work because it's got that room noise in it. So let's try that. Looking out for that needle right there. Okay, normally also too, I would like this. This has got a cool sidechain feature on 80 hertz and 220 hertz. Probably for vocals or certain things or master, I would do stuff like that. But I think on here, I probably want to make it hit the whole signal. So let me leave it off. And dial that down. Needle's not pumping, but that's because we got our attack at the slowest. I muted the dry just so you can kind of hear what's happening here. So this nothing dry, wet. See that needle's pumping more now that I'm dialing these things in, so I got to push this back. I don't want that much. Pretty much it's just it's kind of hitting that kick, right? Me thinking that the room noise would affect the signal more. No, I think that kick is still cutting through a lot. Let me try the side chain then. You see the higher I go up, now it's not affecting it. It's basically the kick's not going through the compressor at this frequency range. I bring it down, starts touching. I think right there might work. Let's try that. Okay, now we're getting about 2 dB of gain reduction. So it's dropping the signal. Anytime it gets loud, it's dropping it down 2 decibels. So this is compressor 101. So usually what you want to do is you want to do the makeup gain here. So the output volume, I'll raise it up to about 2 decibels, which is, you know, supposed to kind of even it out. You get 2 in reduction, you're going to get 2 makeup. So you should be roughly about where you started volume wise. And now we got the compressor effect in there. There, we got 1.9. We'll leave it there. So this is with, you turn it off. With. Gives it more presence. I feel like that room noise is kind of coming forward a little bit more now. I'm going to mix it in with the dry one. Okay. And since I have it on its own separate channel, I'm kind of using this like whole track as a parallel compression. So I'll mess with the volume here. You can hear more. So you get the idea. That's the room. The higher this one goes, the more like live sounding it's going to sound. Bring it down. More of a studio drum kit. And we want to mix it in. And since I already had it pre-mixed in Reason, I think I kind of dialed in where I wanted. That's why I'm like, yeah, even like negative 1 decibel here kind of sounds in line with what I want. Okay. Start adding in the other elements now. And that's the other thing about Luna. So Luna sets things up in such a manner where you're working off a physical hardware console. So you're going to have these like tape emulation already running through each one of the channels. Now you could turn it off. Not everyone might call for it, you know, so I'm going to just start with them all off. And then I actually have a tape one on the master. I'm going to turn that off too until we get to like the end of the mix. Then we can start looking at that. There's a summing, which, you know, I could leave that on there. That's fine. But you can turn it off too if you want. So. Yeah, we're not doing any trims or anything here yet, so. Let me turn this on with the drums. I like it with the drums. I think it's a perfect fit. But I need it on the room drums. Yeah, we'll leave them together on. All right, let's go after this bass now. So let's play them together. You barely even hear it, right? Gotta turn it all the way up for you to hear it. So, quite a few things we'll need to do there to bring it out. Does it require tape? I don't know. Probably not. Not in that case. And to be honest with you, on this 808, I don't know. I don't quite remember what I originally did in Reason to it, plugin wise, because I do use plugins in Reason 2 before I bring it over here. So sometimes I don't want to double the effect, but I feel like I might not have done much to it in Reason, so I'm kind of just going to go for it, see what I can get out of it. Let's see here. Oh, these are new. I want to try these later on. Once we get to like the master, the end bus, the mix bus, we could start messing with those. Let me see. Okay, hold on. We get to put everything on. Okay. So basically, here's all the companies that I have plugins from. I've collapsed them all. But UA is always a good company. Analog Obsession. Now they're cool for certain things. They make a very nice SSL style G bus compressor. Great. The best thing about Analog Obsession plugins is that they are free. So if anybody out there is looking for some sounds that, you know, on plugins and you're just kind of getting into the game, that's great for that. Just know that maybe some of them aren't the most optimized for use on your system. Some might be a little bit more CPU hungry than others. You know, you'll have to really learn which ones are good to use and which ones are just kind of mid. I just have a few in here because I'm like, you know what? I was curious. I want to see what they sounded like. So yeah, I don't need to use any of those right now. Let me see. that. Awesome. This we're going to use too in our master. Maybe I go to this EQ for this situation because we want to mix in this bass now and this bass, it's weird. It's got like kind of like a room noise reverb to itself. So this one's going to be tricky. Okay. I'm gonna crank it. I just kind of want the grit, like the low mids from it to pop through the mix. Probably right in there. So let me bring this down. I'm gonna make it a dynamic curve. Okay, so that's good. It's a lot, right? But that's just, it's gonna work in the long run. I'll turn that off. Now let me find it. Let's try this. Good old 1176. Now I'm just experimenting. No vibrato on that. Find a spot for this here. Okay. Back to default. Yeah, it's got that reverb behind it as well. There's a bass chorus. Let me see. Let's see what classic does. Okay, so this feels like it's just doubling it up on the dual, which is cool. I'm not convinced on it though. I think we could find another effect that's going to give us a better result than this one. Let me take that out. Let's see. Yeah, maybe the doubler itself might be the one. I think that's gonna be it. Okay. Turn it off. On. Set that one. You guys see here? I got a digital fader here. It's one of these SSL faders that I'm doing remotely here, but this is what we're focused on. Yeah, we'll leave that doubler. Let me check the. Okay, that's a shit ton of compression. Okay, so I backed off on the attack so I could let some of the transients through on there. Okay, it's getting there. Something about it though, it's still missing something. This might do it. This might be the one. I'm just contemplating to put the compressor after it. Let's see. No, we're good like that. Be right back, guys.
Back in my day, we used to use quarters for credits, right? So 1 quarter would mean 1 credit. Not like this dag nabbit Dave and Buster's today, you gotta put all your money on a card and everything's like 30, 40 points, and each point's like worth $5. You don't know how many points. Yeah, I'm starting to sound like that old dude now, because yeah, back in the day, it was just 25 cents for a credit. Some games were like, the better games were like 50 cents, and then there was like a really badass game that might be $1.
Yeah, what could go wrong? Who is it? Does the Zarstrom have to come down here every night? Go light the candles? Zarstrom, wake up! You must go light the candles in the blood-soaked dungeon. Oh, but I'm so tired. Zarstrom. Fine, I'm going. I swear, I don't know why I light all these candles all the time. I'm gonna light their own damn candles. I'm sick of this. Oh, what would they do without me, huh? I wouldn't be able to light anything. After every breakfast and every dinner, gotta come down here, light these damn candles. Then I gotta... Oh, I thought that...
RPD courtyard. Was that Claire sprawled out on the ground and then it crashed? Okay, so it's not a perfect beast, but it's still pretty dope. We can't right? Hey man, we're doing some game testing tonight, so it is what it is.
Okay. As promised, I'm back, and I brought Saint over here. Now he's down here. I'm gonna hold him up. He's a husky. He's big now. He's almost a year old. Actually, his birthday. No, don't sit. Don't sit down. Up. Come on. You want to go for a walk? I gotta get him to come back up. All right, there we go. Here's Saint. Hey, my boy. He's gonna be 1 year. Gonna be a 1 year old doggy. I'll put you down, boy. This Sunday. Give me a second. Let me put him back, and I'll come right back for you guys. Screwed up big time here. Get a little distance. Cut through that shit. There you go. Take that. Get in the damn corner. That's how you get it. Sorry, Ken. I'm the real.
Looks like a switch. Nope. We're not gonna push it. No. We just put the cogwheel in there just for fun. We don't need to push anything now. Isn't that right, chat? Ah! Die, Rizzo! Die! Ah! Hey, pal. Why did you shoot me into Swiss cheese, pal? I saved you a slice. Oh yeah, another Interplay Productions game. 92. Same guys that brought you Rock and Roll Racing. Like, they really had to make the music like that. Well, he's not really Bob-omb, is he? Because he's not the dark one. There's this. Oh, that's Bob-omb. Bob-omb. But this guy's pink, or whatever color that is. Oh, well, I guess you could get back on the conveyor belt like that. That's a thing. Yes! Oh, we got it! We got it! You said it couldn't be done, but I didn't have enough wrinkles in his brain. I got it! Let's go!
Everything's coming up, Millhouse. VATracks.com.
Let's go. Oh man, I think. Oh, let's save. Let's save that. Oh my god, almost didn't save. I've done that before on Resident Evil.
You ever try to stream and then your dog's over here trying to chew off your shoe? Oh my god, you're getting big. Okay. This is Saint. You may have seen him once. Ah, he's stuck in the headphones. Here he is. Now he's 4 months. The last time he came on stream, he was 3 months old. So another month. And I don't know, to me he looks bigger. He's a Siberian Husky. So he's still a puppy. He's gonna get a lot bigger than this, I'm sure. Say bye. All right, you go back. Okay. My God, does anybody clean up over here? Damn, bastard, you want help? You can talk to me like that. Oh, you want help, eh? Say please.
Open the door. Hurry up. Hurry up. Open.
Is that coming at the door? You fucking hard. Damn, bro, be nice. Is he even trying to get out? Yeah, see, yeah, that's what you get. You don't use your manners. You get eaten alive.
Got him. You gotta have a turbo finger to try to get to these bosses. What the hell is this? Oh my god, we got more? Wow, I thought it was done. They tricked me, those bastards. Where the hell is he now? Oh my god. Oh god. Luckily, look at one more hit, we would have been dead. Oh my god, another one. Please, please, that be fucking zombie goes vampire night werewolf. We're done. Fuck off. Oh, so yeah, he's like, we're not doing that, asshole. Oh man, that's good. They got me there for a second.
Oh yeah, Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighter. That game was, it was definitely like a moment where they were just capitalizing off of all the fighting games, but it was fun too. It was more fun than I thought it was gonna be. And I was from the Blockbuster era. There was a time when they had the Blockbuster Video Game Championships, and I entered that, and that was one of the games that you had to play as part of the tournament. So I remember having to practice that game pretty hard before I entered the tournament. I miss those days. They don't have stuff like that anymore.
Okay. Oh my god, I barely made that. Okay, good. I got the halfway checkpoint. Come on, free life. We need one more. Ah! Oh god, I just got that life and then I lost it. That's just one of John hanging out here. Oh, so he's thinking about a fly. He's thinking about McFly. So we gotta go find a McFly for him and then bring him back. And then he'll allow us passageway through the ye old tree. You have found a shield. Really looks like my shower head. You have found ye old shower head. Take a bath, you dirty knight, you.
No.
This is Dad.
You disappointed me for the last time, Steve. Why can't you be like your brother, Steve?
I can't. It's my dad. He's just judging me again.
Why didn't you get into Stanford, son?
Steve!
Oh, Dad, I don't want to live your dream. That's your dream, Dad.
Oh, I see you brought home a little girlfriend for Dad.
No, Dad.
Oh no, why? I'm your father. Oh, you're gonna listen to me. I'll take out the trash. Oh, you shoot like a little bitch, son. Oh.
I meant to be muted the entire time. Those were funny comments just for me. You have to subscribe to hear all the comments. Feel free to subscribe. I was just telling Richard how he's a piece of crap and he made me go get that serum for nothing. So now he's gonna pay the ultimate price. Overkill.
Tenemos que servir.
Oh, quesadilla, taco supreme, cheesy crunch.
Todopoderoso.
It's like, what in the Taco Bell is going on
Don't worry,
here?
Leon. First time's free.
All right. See if we can survive on 2 credits. Back in these days, that means 2 quarters is what we got right now. Back in my day, we used to use quarters for credits, right? So 1 quarter would mean 1 credit. Not like this dag nabbit Dave and Buster's today. You got to put all your money on a card and everything's like 30, 40 points, and each point's like worth $5. You don't know how many points. Yeah, I'm starting to sound like that old dude now because, yeah, back in the day, it was just 25 cents for a credit. Some games were like, the better games were like 50 cents, and then there was like a really badass game that might be $1.
He had a mission to complete. He knew he should move on.
All right, I am back, guys. Sorry for the long delay. Just had to handle a little bit of what up, madness. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're still there. Yeah, we're back. We're obviously not gonna keep it that loud. I have it higher so I can hear what I'm doing. It's pumped all the way. Well, let me see if I might even want to do a cut on there. Yeah. I'm just wondering if now I should probably move that cut earlier. Let's do that before the compressor here. That's probably bothering me too. Yeah, it's got like a little boxiness right there, so I'm trying to cut that out a little bit. Okay, good. It's one of the few times where the preset works. That's exactly what I think it needed. I got this fun little sample here. Let me throw this in. Now that one I processed a lot in Reason, but it's got a lot of stuff on it already. But it does need to pop out a little bit more. Let me see if I can EQ that a little bit. Bring in the main sample that we got for the track. I'll make sure that they balance out. This one's gonna need the saturation. This is one of these plugins that I got recently, and I just kind of stumbled into it, and I'm using it on a couple of things here. I've used it on a bass. Now I'm using it on this sample. I'm just like finding ways to have like shortcuts, because I could do this through a bunch of different plugins and maybe things that I'm more accustomed to, but sometimes just throwing something like this just to kind of keep the flow going, it works just fine. So it is what it is. I think I'll run with that. That's with it. That's without it. This is where we were at to begin with. Throw it on right now. Now I have a secondary sample here too. Let me clear that out. We're going to work on this part. So it's got like some strings, a little bit of guitar, and like a couple like vocal elements mixed in. So let's see here. You know what? I'm going to dive into some of those Analog Obsession ones. I just got these the other day, so I want to see what are these going to do. Okay, that not the EQ. Let me just go through everything. I forget what this is. Let me see what this is. Is this for transients? Screw it. We'll try it. Okay. Let's see how this is designed. Now this this looks like it would be like a 2-channel stereo, but this doesn't seem to be changing anything when I'm messing with it. Unlike this one, clearly active. All right, let's see what it sounds with the rest of the mix. Off. On. Off. All right, see, that's a new plugin. Just got it yesterday. Just toyed around with it, and yeah, we're just gonna dial it in. I'm not gonna dwell on it too much. Yeah, there's probably other plugins that are like, oh, way better, but it's getting the job done right now. Now again, so I'm switching over from Pro Tools to Luna. This is Universal Audio's DAW. So I don't have all the shortcuts memorized and all that kind of stuff. Like I'm really fast on Pro Tools. Luna, I'm still learning, so definitely is going to be a while before I could just fly through it like I'm on Pro Tools. But I'm going to try to learn as I go here too for everybody. Okay, so that's all of our plugins off. So I was looking for, I was trying to find, there was a shortcut, like Pro Tools has a shortcut on it. So basically what I'm doing right now is I'm just selecting all the tracks, and then I'm disabling all the plugins on purpose because I'm trying to A/B. You always want to make sure, like, after working on it for a while, that the end result is sounding better than where you started, because you could easily turn a decent recording into a horrible recording if you keep twisting knobs and you just keep running with it, and then you never check back on the original, right? So this is how we started. And that's where we're at right now. So I think the drums, maybe the saturation on these are kind of like softening them a bit. I'm going to turn these off. Let me see how that sounds. Or actually, ooh. Yeah, let's turn them all off. Let's see how that goes. That's it. Okay. I think it helps with the 808. I don't need it on the guitar. I don't think I like it on the drums now. You know what? Maybe I'll leave it on the room drums. Maybe more like that. Yeah, I think I toned down the compressor. I'm having just kissing the needle, so it's not like overly compressed there. I'm just trying to get more of the sound of the characteristics of the compressor itself. Also do that to the gain stage, and I brought everything down. Just not overpowering everything in the end result. Still liking that like live room noise, so I brought it up a bit, actually over the dry drums right now. All right, cool. So that's sounding cool so far. What we could do on the mix bus now is a few things. This is where I'm trying to make a decision because I have a piece of hardware, an external piece of hardware that I want to use, but I don't know if I want to use it to start the chain with. I don't know if I want to put it on the main because I might still come back in here and do some additional processing. I might, there's a lot of decisions to make right now. All right, well, first things first, let's do this. I've yet to route everything to my mix bus, so let me do that. Okay. Oh, you know what? Now I remember. There's this. It's a little bit of a problem when I want to stream and produce at the same time, because the way I route things, it's gonna route it to like this virtual output that I have, just so you guys can hear everything easily. But then that doesn't give me access to my hardware, so I won't use the hardware for this. I'll throw that in later. So we're gonna keep everything in the box for now. Yo, what up, Cube dude? Yeah, I'm switching over to Luna. This is official now. This is from a guy that's been 20 plus years on Pro Tools, and it's got a few quirks here and there, and I think it's a little bit outdated when it comes to the way it's optimized for certain things. So Luna is definitely, I think, the new home for me. Get some UAD stuff, but haven't played with Luna. Well, yeah, this is a perfect time for you to check this out, because now I started using it the last couple of months. I got quite a few new plugins we're testing out too, and I'm nowhere near as proficient on this as I am with Pro Tools, but I'm gonna go ahead and learn with you guys on the fly. But I could easily show you the few things that I do know. So the cool thing that actually UA did recently is they had a new update to Luna Pro 2. So I have Luna Pro 2. That's going to give me access to Aura compatibility, and it's going to give you access to hardware inserts as well. Hell yeah, stoked to see some of it. Well, yeah, we'll try to get through the rest of this session here on this mix. But yeah, the next thing up is going to be going through the arrangement here. So that's kind of next. You can see how the editing tools kind of stack up against Pro Tools. But yeah, the big thing on here too is this feedback button. So anytime you're working on this and you're like, damn man, I wish this had what Pro Tools has or what Logic has, whatever DAW you're used to using, they're really awesome about taking any of your feedback. So you can click, oh, feature request, oh, there's a bug, it's crashing on certain something, it's everything. So you could easily come in here and put feature requests, which I did. Now, I'm not obviously taking credit for anything, but what they do is they look at the number of requests coming in for a certain feature, and if like everybody's asking for something, that's what they're going to prioritize to release on the next patch, the next update. And that's what they did on Luna Pro 2. So that's why they have Aura support now. So they have things like Melodyne. God, there's another plugin that I just got. Autodyne. That one was added support for that now with that Aura feature that they added in. And then the big thing for me was I have some outboard gear I want to use. And before, they didn't have the way Pro Tools was set up where you could go in here into where your inserts are at, and you couldn't just treat your external hardware like a plugin. What you would have to do is you would have to make a new channel, and then you can assign that channel to have your input from that hardware unit, but then it's going to be the first in line on that channel, and it's affecting everything thereafter. So if you want to put plugins before that, you'd have to strategically put it like on a track prior to it hitting that mix bus. So now they've given you that option where you can use your hardware as an insert anywhere you want. Now the caveat to that is you can only use it on one instance. So I couldn't put my hardware, let's say I have this tube harmonic distortion rack that I like to use. Luckily for me, I like to only use it on my master bus. But if I wanted to put it here, I wanted to hit the guitar and I wanted to hit the sample and nothing else, I can't do that with that type of setup. But what you could do in turn is like on the old method. You set up a separate track, route both of the guitar and that sample to that bus, and then just slap it on the bus. So you could do that. So it's giving you more flexibility now. I just like that they're listening to us, and they're really acting quick on it too. Huge thing to start out with this DAW is that it's free. Which reminds me of Reaper, but this thing is like light years beyond Reaper, I feel. And the fact that it's got the UA name behind it, you know this thing is not going anywhere. They're just going to keep enhancing and building on top of it. Now, the only problem I'm running into right now is because I'm streaming, I have my audio. It's assigned to like a virtual output right now. So I don't have it running through my actual user interface driver, which is the Audient ID48. I'm running it through this Voicemeeter virtual ASIO driver just so I could have it be as a virtual input, so I could stream it out to you guys easier, and I have control over the volume and everything on my faders here. But that creates a problem when I want to use my hardware. So we're just gonna have to deal with that later on. Now, this is the part where I'm like, okay, I'm a little new to the assignment of the send, and I'm trying to do this in the environment while I'm streaming, which is a little different when I'm not streaming. So let me try to figure this out quick. Yeah, see, that's the problem. It's only showing me all these virtual inputs instead of my actual inputs. And this is not a Luna problem. This is more of like me streaming this problem with my Wavelink. Let me try something here. Test bus. Cool thing about this, they have everything lined up like you're working off a console. So everybody coming from like the hardware world can dive into it a little easier. We got all these tape saturations. You got your summing coming through. You have different options to do like your tape emulation. I like the Oxide one. They have the Studer in there as well. There might be some more. They have a Neve summing option too. As you can see, that one's expired, my demo, but I got the API one still. Yeah, that might be an issue. I might have to throw these things just on the main for now. Because yeah, typically I like to do is I throw things on my mix bus, and then I have other things on my my master bus right here, which is the main. But just for the sake of time and keeping everything flowing on stream, I'm gonna just put all my stuff on the main instead. We will delete these, and I'll do that on my own time. But at least this way you could still kind of get the idea of what we're trying to achieve here on the main bus now. I mean, let me make this smaller for you guys. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have really messed with the SPL iron. I think it's a great compressor. The hardware unit is easy to like $7 to $8 grand. This right here is going to be much more attainable, right? I believe this is a plug-in alliance. Yeah, it's a plug-in alliance plug-in. Those are very more economical. They got tons of deals there all the time. Check Plug-in Alliance and Plug-in Boutique. You guys will find deals there. Especially with Black Friday coming up, you're probably gonna find like a lot of really great deals that you don't normally see. I'd wait. Don't try anything yet. They have all that pre-Black Friday crap, but I don't trust that. Wait till the actual Black Friday shows up, and then Cyber Monday. All right, so let's see here. That's really slow. Look at that. I like this name, More Gains Slow as AMF. But that's like getting 4 consistent decibels of gain reduction. I feel like that's a bit much. This is me. I'm more like just kissing the needle around 0 and 1. Off. On. So look at threshold is like pretty minimal. That's good. We got the gain reduction. Our tack. That's kind of where I like to be at too. Or all the way down here. And this is stepped, right? So this is like perfect for mastering. That might be a bit much too. Maybe back it off here. Off. Off. On. And right now we're just touching the mids. This is the sides over here. There's our sides right now, just soloing them. I can hear a little bit of that bass in there. I remember when I was using the Vitamin plugin, which was like EQ, like a harmonic EQ for like low frequency data. I did kind of did like a little stereo imaging on the lower mids, so I'm hearing that come through here. These are mids. Okay, so I think that's sounding good right there. I'm gonna leave that towards the end. I mean, I could put it at the beginning too, but I think sometimes what I like to do is I throw in another compressor just to give it some character, which could easily be the G-Bus compressor. I have multiple versions of that, so it's really what's your preference, right? I have the Universal Audio one, which is solid, and I think a lot of people prefer it. That's right there. Okay, so that's good. If we want to use that one, we can. Now, I like that it has the sidechain on there. We might use it on this one. Now, when I was using my my Tegeler Cream, which is basically a compressor in the style of a G-Bus almost, and it has like a Pultec style EQ on there. I used to actually like to sidechain it pretty high up, like in the 200s. So I think that's probably around 200 there. Let me see. See, our needle's barely moving. Bring it down a bit. Off. On. Off. On. Okay, now there's a bunch of stuff we could do here. Let me see. You know what? I completely forgot. I was going to try an API compressor on this, and I never even did it. Let me see. This is from, I think UA's got it. This one. Yeah, let me turn off the G-Bus. Let me see how this is sounding. Yeah, I think that's really helping glue in everything together right there. I like the G bus. It's always been like my go-to, but I know this is like a pretty awesome compressor as well for your bus, and I think I want to start messing with it more and seeing if I like it on my mixes. So I'm gonna use it on this one. Off. On. Or do we go parallel on it? Off. On. I think I might do that. I might go 60% parallel compression on this one, because we still got the iron at the end of it as well. So let's take this out. Cooltech is, to me, awesome whenever I do my master bus. Got more of those broad curves. Okay, that's cool. Now, I did download another plugin yesterday. That was one of the free Analog Obsession plugins. I think it's supposed to give you like a kind of like a mid bump, and I'm trying to figure. Maybe it's this one. Let me see. No, this is like the multi-band compressor, not that one. Get rid of this again. Where is it? Maybe it's this mid boss. That would make sense. It's this one. Okay, let's try this out. Free plugin. Don't expect much. Let me see. Okay, no. I think it sounds pretty harsh on at least on a mix bus. Maybe it would be good for like a bass on its own, because it's got like kind of like a little grit to it. You got a few different little color options on it as well. It's geared towards like the mid frequencies, but I feel like it's just way too much. And when you're dealing with like your master or your mix buses, you kind of want more subtle changes. So not this. thing's awesome. I love it because it's just basically like you can really dial in those EQ, those last little bits and touches. Never really go more than 1 or 2 dB in either direction, but I feel like it definitely helps. Off, on. Okay, so now let me save a bookmark there. Let's put main chain. Let's see, before. Okay, so we're gonna try this thing out here. So there's this plugin. Who's it from? From Kiev. They make a plugin that's supposed to kind of emulate 2 bus processors. One of them is I believe it's the Neve MBT, and then the other one is the SSL Fusion, and it has the ability to kind of like swap out elements and kind of mix and match them. So there's like a believe saturator, EQ, maybe like a high frequency compressor for each of them, and it's kind of like just you can pick and choose what you think is best, or you could go one hardware unit versus the other unit. I've done my research on them, and it doesn't sound like they're like 1-for-1 comparison to hardware. I mean, most plugins are not, but I want to see how they may work in case I want to get one of the hardware versions in the future. It'll kind of give me like a peek at it maybe. So let's take a look. It's like when you try to pull like that extra 8% out of your mix, this could come into play. I'm just trying to figure out now if I want to turn off all of these other plugins right now, just so I could kind of hear this on its own. I think that's what I'll do. I'm going to turn all these off for now. And then we're only going to be listening to this on the master bus. See, this now looks like you're in the SSL Fusion. You can tell just kind of by the knobs, the way they're colored. That's SSL style right there. Let's see here. This looks like it might be geared towards more the Neve MBT. Which, to be honest with you guys, I've listened to both the SSL Fusion hardware and the Neve MBT. I think for my taste, I would prefer the Neve hardware unit. It is more on the pricier side, so if that's kind of cost as a restriction, then SSL Fusion is still like an awesome piece as well. I think they might have like a small little sale going on right now too. They've been around for a while, so I think a lot of people are, that have had them. You could probably find some on the used market as well for a little bit lower cost. However, the ones that I encountered, they've been kind of open about it, like, oh, this one has like an LED issue, this one's been serviced, or this one has. So I don't really like stuff like, where I'm gonna have to worry about like, oh man, what's really wrong with the unit. So if you can go new, go new. Yeah, that's a lot of gain reduction. Okay, default. So I take it this N here. Let's call it Neve, like so Rupert Neve with the NBT. F, I'm going to take it for Fusion, for the SSL Fusion. That's what it looks like. Yep. So I'm going to go with this because this is what I was actually trying to aim for, like that Neve sound. I like that dark knob. I'm cranking it. Off. In, okay. We got this harmonic style here. Ooh. Ooh, I think I like this. Well, this deserves a bigger knob than just that. Nice. Let's see what this is about. What if I hit grit mode? Grit mode reminds me of the way the Waves SSL G channel plugin sounds. I used to use that a ton in a lot of recordings, like maybe like 10 years ago or so, a little bit more than 10 years ago. SSL G channel of the Waves plugin has that kind of grit to it. It's muted there. I'm gonna go without it. It could sound good on some tracks. I think either way for this one, but I just am gonna try it without it and keep running with it. All right, so I'm really liking the way this is working out. This is kind of what I was hoping to get out of this plugin. And keep running with it. Let's go. like that it's got that wet dry blend knob here. That'll come in handy. Like here, you can actually move where you want things in the chain. EQ to dynamics to saturation. Let me see. Oh, wow. Nice. That oversampling feature is a nice touch. I'm wondering what happens when we kick it into 16. Like at an 8. We're gonna watch this gain reduction right here. Yeah, gain link is nice. Okay, so gain link, awesome feature, great to have. It's basically linking up the input and the output. So let's do that. Now this, the LEDs, yeah, could be fine. We're trying to get a feel for this compressor, how we're doing this. Okay, I think I like that around there, that stereo imager, because I am planning on using my own hardware after this, which does a little bit of stereo imaging on its own, so I don't want to overdo it here. This is cool if you don't have like any other options. It's not my favorite imager, just from what I'm hearing. It's not bad. Trust me, it's not bad. Getting the job done quick and easy all in one plugin is definitely bonus points. Just doing an A/B comparison. So this is without the Kiev plugin, the Neve style plugin. And that's with it turned on. Definitely a great addition. I think I will end up using that a lot. Now lastly, let me throw this on there. Where is it? This is a new plugin. It's an improvement upon the old one. This is the L4. So limiter, LUFS meter, all built in. Very similar to what FabFilter offers as well, but I feel like it gives you a little bit more than that, which is saying a lot, because FabFilter is already pretty awesome on its own. I think this definitely took it up another notch or two. Slam it. That's crazy. I would never do that, right? So right there, we're getting about kind of negative 3.5. Little reduction there, a limiting. I think that's good, not too crazy. Off. Now this I might drop a little bit. All right, I think that's good for now. So, I finally got to do a good test on this Enfuse here. But now the Enfuse, obviously, I told you, has two different elements to it. It has that Neve Master Bus compressor, the processor, and then it has that SSL Fusion. That's the Enfuse, so it's like Neve and then SSL Fusion. So they kind of like try to mix it up, and it has those other elements to it, right? That's the Fusion looking style right there. I'm interested to wonder if like it's gonna save the settings toggling between the two. Okay, so you see these. Okay, let's do this. We'll put Neve. Neve. Oh shit! Actually, we don't even have it in the right state. Hold on. Neve. I don't want to keep putting never. So that's Neve. Save Neve. State. Master bus. Okay. Now let's go over to the Fusion portion. Let's see what that might end up sounding like. I think this is like the transformer portion of the Fusion. Yeah. You know what would have been good? I don't know if there's a way to do it. If you could actually get them to mirror each other in both worlds, so to speak, and then you could A/B between the two. Oh, there is. Look, it's NF Link. Okay, so they thought of that. What if I click in now? I wonder what's going to happen. I don't want it to erase my settings from here. Let's do this. On. Okay, because now this is maxed out. Shine is on what? 5.77. Okay, so this is maxed out. That's at 10. Go down. Oh no, it's not doing what I was hoping it was going to do. Oh wait, it's not on. Okay, hold on a second. Let's do this again. On. Okay, go back here. Okay, that's at 577, right? Let's move this up. Why is this turning off? Does it have to be on in both worlds, maybe? Let's see. On. It turns off. On. Off. Yeah, maybe it's not what I think it's for. We'll figure it out. Again, like it's a new plugin to me, so we'll figure it out down the line. Okay, so we kind of dialed in some settings on the SSL style bus processor. And I know that I'm leaning towards the Neve already because I like that sound. But I could easily see myself, if I only had this option too, that I can make it work. So I would need to research and see what each light indicates. Is one light 1 decibel, is 2 decibels, and so on, or is it like 2, 4, 6, 8? How much is this actually indicating, right? That's why I don't like LEDs. I like either needles or like a digital readout is better for me. Like here you can actually see, right? There's like a VU meter, it's like at least numbered. Okay, we're gonna switch back over to the Neve one. I like the Neve one because it feels a little bit more transparent, but it also, with that dark mode, it gives a little bit of fullness to it, and that's kind of what I was going for on this mix. I needed that low end to sound a little bit more fuller without sounding like too thumpy and overly compressed. I feel like this is kind of headed in the right direction. And this harmonics knob here, you know, I didn't even look. The Fusion doesn't have that. That harmonics right there, that was really nice. I like that touch. Okay, so we're gonna leave it on that. these style of plugins, a little goes a long way. So you only see me like kind of just touching the knobs barely. All right, so that's sounding cool. I am going to go back to all my other plugins. I'm going to turn off that Infuse that we just dialed in. Go back to my other plugins, and these were kind of like me doing it more manually, right? And see what I prefer. I took the maximizer off only because I dialed that in with the Infuse. So I took it off right now to hear what we had before. Okay, so it's in the right direction, but I will say this. It is missing my typical extra hardware that I tend to use on my master, which is what opens it up more and gives it more of like the harmonic distortion, kind of brightens up the sides a little bit. So that's lacking from here. But that's what the Infuse gave us, because it had it kind of built in where I didn't have to like go out to outboard gear. So that's a plus too. If you're looking at staying in the box, that could be definitely a really good plugin to use and not have to worry about anything else. Get the job done quick. Get that iron on too. Without. With. I think it definitely helps. I'll probably use it a lot for things now that I'm kind of seeing what it can and can't do. The Imager, maybe not use it, like I said. Off. On. It could help me give, like if someone, like I said, doesn't have a piece of hardware to help do that, or any other plugin they're using it for, go ahead and use it. I think even Isotope, I've been using that for a long time. The Isotope Ozone Imager, it's not bad. But I like that you can kind of aim for the frequency on the high pass filter here for how you want it to image. But yeah, I'm happy with this plugin on this side here. The Fusion, I might need to like find certain songs where it would work better than this one, but I think for the most part I'm going to be leaning towards this side of the plugin. Now that grit mode actually kind of like backs off on the lower mids. Originally I was leaning away, but now I might be leaning towards it. Let me see. I think it'll help once we get vocals in here to kind of realize whether that's going to stay on or off. I will leave it off for now, but it could easily come back later on. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to come back to this because I do need to arrange it, but take a little bit of an extended break, guys.
Yeah, back in the day, it was just 25 cents for a credit. Some games were like, the better games were like 50 cents, and then there was like a really badass game and might be $1. Gather around, boys and girls, it's story time. Keeper's Diary, May 9th, 1998. At night, we played poker with Scott, the god, Alias, and Steve, the researcher. Steve was really lucky, but I think he was cheating. What a scumbag. May 10th, 1998. Today, a high-ranking researcher asked me to take care of a new monster. It looks like a gorilla without any skin. Some say it looks like a monger face. They told me to feed them live food. When I threw in a pig, they were playing it.
tearing it off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before they actually ate it. May 11th, 1998. Around 5 o'clock this morning, Scott came to me, woke me up suddenly. He was not wearing anything at all. He was wearing protection suit that looks like a spacesuit. He said he wanted to get freaky. He told me to put one on as well.
You lied to me. You said there'd be pizza. Said a lot of things. We're going for the Cheesy Gordita Crunch. Cheesy Gordita Crunch pizza, new at Pizza Hut. The new stuffed Cheesy Gordita Crunch. Just when you thought we couldn't stuff any more cheese into the Cheesy Gordita Crunch, we have. Yeah, Taco Bell and KFC are owned by the same people. Yeah. Actually, my kids had some Taco Bell tonight. You know, we really need that Taco Bell sponsorship.
He had a mission to complete. He knew he should move on, but he couldn't bring himself to. He just stood there, his mind a quiet, peaceful, blank slate. The wind rustled the trees and a lone bird chirped, but Ethan was in his own world, lost in the sublime simplicity of drawing paint. It was a more compelling and engaging spectacle than anything he had experienced since he arrived in the village. This, he thought, was the real horror. Not the monsters, not the mad cult leaders, but the profound, crushing tedium of a journey without purpose, a game without joy. The end. Story like that really makes a man think.
Tenemos que servir.
Oh, quesadilla. Taco Supreme. Cheesy Crunch.
Todopoderoso.
It's like, what in the Taco Bell is going on
Don't
here?
worry, Leon. First time's free.
Oh yeah, Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighter. That game was, it was definitely like a moment where they were just capitalizing off of all the fighting games, but it was fun too. It was more fun than I thought it was gonna be. And I was from the Blockbuster era. There was a time when they had the Blockbuster Video Game Championships, and I entered that, and that was one of the games that you had to play as part of the tournament. So I remember having to practice that game pretty hard before I entered the tournament. I miss those days. They don't have stuff like that anymore.
I'm still alive. My men aren't.
Don't think about that now. Just rest.
Put him out of his misery. Sorry, but you're dead weight. Okay, he's still alive.
Oh, hello. I didn't hear you come in. Welcome back. I apologize for the stream going down earlier, but things happen. We just have to deal with them in these modern times. Our good friend Link is still in ad break, so till he returns, I believe we will read from the WA1B instruction manual. Shall we read the warranty statement? Let's. Warm Audio warranties this product to be free from defect in materials and workmanship for 1 year from the date of purchase. For the original purchaser to whom the equipment is registered, this warranty is non-transferable.
New analog 3D Switch, including N64 Online and more. Play N64 games like never before with the best of both in your hand. But yeah, you guys can actually see that you're getting be able to use it on Switch too, obviously PC as well. So I ordered this white one here because I already had like a black Xbox controller, and I thought, like, I don't know, I mean, it's dumb, but I don't want to pick up the wrong controller when I'm in a hurry. Like, I want to know, oh, that white one, boom, that one's the N64 controller. So I pre-ordered it. It's not even that much, like $39. You guys can order it on Amazon if you want to. Pre-order now. Oh, June 30th, that's our date. So you got the white one, you got the black one. You guys get the picture. The thing I like.
And we're back. All right, let's go ahead. Oh, my bad. Whoops. I'm destroying my mic over here. All right. Check 1 2 1 2 3. Sorry, we had a little get over here. A little doggy disaster. By this guy. It's a Saint. He's our new pup. He's about 3 months old. He's a good boy for the most part, but he's cause he gets in a little trouble here and there. All right, let's get back to the game.
Fine, honey, would your little pal Rizzo like to stay for dinner?
No, Mom, he has to go home. Just no.
Come now, Rizzo, would you like to stay for dinner, honey? We're having pizza with a mac and cheese on top. I mean, that sounds great, Mr. Belmont, but the kids are waiting for me back at Rizzo Cheese. I gotta get back. I have to go inflate all the prices again at the price booth.
Screwed up big time here. Get a little distance. Cut through that shit. There you go. There you go. Take that. Get in the damn corner. That's how you get it. Sorry, Ken. I'm the real. You ever try to stream and then your dog's over here trying to chew off your shoe? Oh my God, you're getting big. Okay. This is Saint. You may have seen him once. He's stuck in the headphones. Here he is. Now he's 4 months. The last time he came on stream, he was 3 months old. So another month. And I don't know, to me he looks bigger. He's a Siberian Husky. So he's still a pup. He's gonna get a lot bigger than this, I'm sure. Say bye. All right, you go back. Okay.
RPD Courtyard. Was that Claire sprawled out on the ground and then it crashed? Okay, so it's not a perfect beast, but it's still pretty dope. We can't right? Hey man, we're doing some game testing tonight, so it is what it is. Let's go visit Cranky Kong. You old bastard. Well, I didn't expect to see you today. A leap of faith is all it takes to find Winky and Barrel Canyon Canyon. On guard, the swordfish will help you get straight to the point. That's all there is to it. Piece of cake if you ask me. Cranky, you're an old piece of shit. Just die already. Nobody likes you. All right, let's go.
Turtle soup, my favorite. Hey guys, I'm Shredder. I'm gonna make turtle soup out of you because I'll talk like this now.
Why can't I see your name? Juice Up, welcome on in. You're just in time for the new and improved shredder. He talks like this now. I'm gonna make turtle soup out of you.
Well, he's not really Babam, is he? Because he's not the dark one. There's this. Oh, that's Babam. Babam. But this guy's pink, or whatever color that is.
We can get over there, right? But there's only one guy left, and if I miss him, I'm dead. And he's not coming over here. He's out there just pacing around like he just has a big gambling debt, like he just went to Vegas, lost the deed to his house, and now he doesn't know how to break it to his wife. So he's over there just like thinking, what do I do? What do I do? Do I go home? Do I not go home? Do I say it was robbed? You know, do I make it look like a robbery? Like, what am I supposed to do? So he's just dying for me to put him out of his misery. Guys, what do you think? We long jump it over there to him and hopefully we hit him? And hopefully we bounce to the other side? Because I feel like... Okay. As promised, I'm back. And I brought Saint over here. Now, he's down here. I'm going to hold him up. He's a husky. He's big now. He's almost a year old. Actually, his birthday. No, don't sit. Don't sit down. Up. Come on. You want to go for a walk? I gotta get him to come back up. All right, there we go. Here's Saint. Okay. My boy. He's gonna be 1 year. Gonna be a 1 year old doggy. I'll put you down, boy. This Sunday. Give me a second. Let me put him back and I'll come right back for you guys.
All right, let's go, you piece of crap. Oh, wait. Yes. Ah, we did it! I told you we're about to make history, and I was right.
Where the hell are you? Oh, come on. Don't go back in yet? Yes, we got it. We got hit, but we got it. Oh, but we're dead! How is that fair? Mamma mia. Oh my god, it's like winning the lottery and then dying right after. What the hell, bro? Got him. Ugh. You gotta have a turbo finger to try to get through these bosses. What the hell is this? Oh my god, we got more? Wow, I thought I was done. They tricked me, those bastards. Where the hell is he now? Oh my god. Oh god. Luckily, look at one more hit, we would have been dead. Oh my god, another one. Please that be fucking zombie ghost vampire night werewolf. We're done. Fuck off. Oh, so yeah, he's like, we're not doing that, asshole. Oh man, that's good. They got me there for a second. I think he likes to see me suffer. This little piece of shit. Let's go. Hey, what do you want from me? I'm just a video game character. Hurry up, Mario. I don't got all night for this crap. Boy, if you don't pass this, I'm gonna shut you off, and we're gonna play some RE4 or something. I don't got time for this shit. I don't have to deal with this shit with Luigi. I don't know why you do this to me. Luigi has a mansion. What do you have, Mario? You still chasing the same little Princess Thoughty you've been for since the damn 80s. You're still friend zoned, Mario. I don't think it's gonna change. Oh, maybe this time she'll care that I save her. I don't think so, bro. The old laser in the ass death. Duck. Jump. No. No. Ah! Oh, you blue piece of shit, you. Duck. Slow down. Yes! We got him. Oh my god. Buy, you can exchange items on the status screen. Choose the item from the main character's item box and select exchange. Character attributes Rebecca. Rebecca has the following attributes: can combine herb-related items, weak defense, can use a mixing to second combine chemicals. Character attributes of Billy. Billy has the following attributes: cannot combine herb-related items, strong offense, can push many large objects. If the partner character is attacked, both the main and partner characters will die. If they take too much damage, they should always keep an eye on their condition. A partner being attacked in a different room will call for help over the radio. If your partner does call, go to help as quickly as possible. Cooperating with your partner, some puzzles cannot be solved by the only the character. When you are stuck, try to see if using your partner will help. And it's as simple as that, guys. I meant to be muted the entire time. Those were funny comments just for me. You'll have to subscribe to hear all the comments. Feel free to subscribe. I was just telling Richard how he's a piece of crap and he made me go get that serum for nothing. So now he's gonna pay the ultimate price. Overkill. Okay. Oh my god, I barely made that. Okay, good. I got the halfway checkpoint. Come on, free life. We need one more. Ah! Oh god, I just got that life and then I lost it.
All right, we're back, guys. Sorry about that extended delay. Needed to handle some biz. All right. I'm gonna go over to the arrangement here. All right, so we got ourselves a basic arrangement. We got ourselves a first rough mix and the first mix plus chain going. I'm gonna look at just gonna add a couple little elements here and there just to kind of fill out the song. Oh, that's kind of good. Let me see here. All right. I gotta fix. I have the default set for when you create a new track that it throws everything on here like a straight up console, which I'm not used to doing because I for many years worked at Pro Tools in the box and they didn't have this. So I'm gonna turn this off until one day I'm comfortable doing it, but today is not that day. Straight up remove that. Okay, good. Where is it? Oh, I'm gonna move this to the beginning of the song. And let's see here. I'm trying to remember how to do the time stretch here. I think that's it. Yeah. You just basically on a Windows system, hold down Alt, grab that, stretch it out. Let's see here. I'm gonna snap the grid down to 4th. Could work. Go the other route. A lot of different ways to go right there. I feel like I need a different kind of roll in there. Stretch it maybe more. Maybe like that. Yo, what up, Monger Face? Welcome on in. Maybe you brought some bars to the chat today. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I was working on this one for a little bit. Yeah, I was working on it in Reason mostly, and today's the first day we brought it over to Luna to do our mix on it, and so far it sounded good. Hopefully you're doing good, Monger Face. What you getting into today? This is that reverb I was talking about a little while ago. So basically, this is an emulation of the Sound City Studios rooms, so you could work in your mic placement like this. Different rooms. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff in here. Just got to the house, gonna grab some food while this. And all right, man, we'll be right here. But yeah, this is basically a really cool plugin for a couple ways to do it. You could use it as a reverb itself, or you could use it as the re-mic, which is basically going to just exactly like it sounds. You're going to place the mics in the room where you want it to capture the best reflections. That's kind of how I like to use it. And then I used it on a separate track, almost like in a parallel fashion. Or you could just go straight reverb where you want. But I find the re-mic just gets a better effect that way. Now for this, I'm just trying to get it on the snare roll. So you see what it did there? It's kind of making it more like, give it that live sound rather than just like a pre-recorded sample. Because most of the other track, I built it that way too. So I want to kind of keep it consistent. Let me see if I could try the reverb on this one. Let's go to 3. Yeah, man. Definitely, it's got that Ghostface vibe to it. He is my favorite member of the Wu-Tang Clan. So yeah, I definitely would love it if I could get him on a track one day. That might be it right there.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, the vocal samples, you just gotta have it when you're doing like sample joints. A little vocal in the back. All right, there we go. So I dialed in that snare roll, so it kind of mixes it with the rest of the drum kit. So yeah, we've done a good amount of plugins on the things that need them. So as you can see, you don't go overkill on every single channel just because you have a whole arsenal of stuff. You just use what it needs, right? Even though 2 of these, we did a channel strip on there, on the guitar, and then on the main sample. But I think we did it kind of conservatively. We didn't go crazy on them either. Everything here has a reason. There's a use for it. As you can see, when we were trying to work on that main bus here, I decided to add in addition to the Enfuse that we had and the compressor, the SPL iron, I did go and slap back in the God particle because that was kind of low. It was only at a 40%, right? Normally I have it like at 100% or higher. So 40's cool. And then we also threw back in the SPL, the EQ, technically the PQ, and I made some adjustments just more on the low end side. Let's try it with and without. So this is going to be first without. So it doesn't have it on right now. And remember, this is going to be very subtle. On. Off. On. But I think it brings up just enough of that low to low mid information, so it doesn't sound so thin in that area. So I'm gonna leave that on. So like I said, everything has a reason. There's nothing that I'm just throwing on here, rolling the dice, trying to make something sound good. You know, you're using these tools. That's basically all they are. You're just trying to get a little bit of this, a little bit of that at each one. I found in my time that a little goes a long way. I think early on in a lot of producers' careers and engineers, they like to just crank everything up, get it to have like that artificial mastered sound already, but it's the little bits that add up. I brought up that secondary sample a bit because it's the chorus. I wanted just a little bit of lift on it, so I brought that out a little bit higher. And just so you know what it is, it's this part. I only have this running during the chorus, and then it goes back without it. And that's your verse now. I have like the urge to fill it in with like some hey's like some that in the background, but I feel like I'm gonna just leave that open. I'll let the artist, whoever ends up with the track, do that part, because yeah, it'll be easy for me to do it now, but you got to leave something for them to do, right? How do you find samples on the library? You just listen to random tracks until you get one. Well, I do both. Early on in my career, I would usually sample actual records and stuff. I could pull out a whole bunch of stuff and show you kind of the things that I had. But nowadays I've kind of tried to smarten up a bit because a lot of the stuff requires clearance with AI and everything, being able to just really sort through the whole internet uploads. It's tracking stuff right away. and you don't want to be that guy, right? So unless you're doing your paperwork and clearing your stuff properly, it's better to get either make your own samples and kind of use them in a way they're like it sounds like you took it from a record, or you get in stuff that's like royalty free and then you manipulate it on your own to make it your own. That's what I like to do as well. I like to I get samples and then I'll flip them. I don't like to just kind of take them how they are out of the box. Very rarely do I do that. But yeah, most of the stuff I like to do is, it's nothing that you're going to find typically in the crates anymore, just because I don't want to have to deal with a lot of that stuff. And then when you start doing your paperwork and your splits and everything with your artists, a lot of them I find aren't as privy to the business side on it as well. So you find yourself having to do a lot of that legwork for them. It's more of a hassle, really. Yeah, copyright is definitely a bitch. I have to school people sometimes when they send me stuff that has things like that in. I say, hey, look, I don't mind mixing this for you, but just know that you're gonna run into these issues if you don't have things cleared and all that stuff. So yeah, it's a learning curve for a lot of people, and I don't mind, if people don't know, they're new to the game, sure, I'll take a little time out with them and try to explain this stuff so it's not a headache for them down the road. Where the hell's all my stuff at anyways? Let me see here. Oh, here's a Ninth Wonder kit. A lot of stuff I use from here. These are legit things that he's provided, that they're actually they're okay to use. They're royalty free, but these are just drum kits, like kicks and snares and stuff like that. Let's play. Let me see. This probably won't even play since I have all my other stuff loaded. But anyways, there's that. I'm trying to find where I have all of my samples, because I have so many hard drives these days. I've moved things around quite a bit. These are a lot of my 808s that I like to use here. These are the old classic 808 sounds, just like your kicks and snares and hi-hats and stuff. Oh, okay. Here's a lot of stuff that I've sampled throughout the years. Look how far back they go. I got 2006 stuff this is from my old computers that I've been constantly just bringing with me throughout the years. You can recognize probably some of the names. I got the Delphonics in here. I have James Brown, Marvin Gaye. Also got in here Al Green. I've got Aaliyah, more Al Green. I got Barry White, Beach Boys, Benny Mardones, Billy Joel. I got a ton of stuff in here that I've used in some of my early work, and some stuff that I just kind of like to play with on the side, because it's still in me to make songs out of classic records. So I'll do it, but I just won't do them on stream, because obviously I don't need the copyright strike or get my VODs muted, so I won't even play them here. But I'm just showing you in the list here if you can't see. Got some Whitney Houston in there. I have some of my own songs are in here as well, and I sample them, and I might plug them into a song here and there where nobody even knows. I got some Jodeci, I got some Keith Sweat, Corrupt, Little Richard. What else? LTD, Michael Jackson, the OJs, Erykah Badu, Pharoah Monch. I got who else is up in here? Sade, Raphael Sadiq. Snoop is in there somehow. I got the Spinners, Stylistics, Tears for Fears, Cardigans, Delphonics again, the Police, the Ronettes. You name it. I got some Vicente Fernandez in there. So there's a lot of stuff that I sample that I like to use. But yeah, again, you probably won't hear much of it on stream just because I don't want to get those strikes. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's definitely something I like to keep with me. A lot of my old files, so that goes to show. Look, I'm not just saying, hey, I've done this for over 20 years. I got the the files right there to prove it. So, but But yeah, those files have been moving around with me for a long time from different like hard drives and computers and stuff. Yeah, this is probably going to use a little bit more of my time to start doing those little surgical cuts and the little edits and things like that. But I think for the most part, the bulk of this song is like, all right, that's headed in the right direction as far as mix wise. What I like to do at this point is I don't like to go any further with it. I'll take it, bounce it down, and I'll sit with it over the next couple of days. I'll play it in my headphones, might play it in my car, and then I'll make alterations to it. I'm like, oh, that needs to be brought up, or that's way wrong. Let me get rid of that. Or, oh, I got an idea of how I could start the song differently. And all these little ideas. I do that for like, usually like a solid week. I know it sounds crazy, but I spend a whole week doing all those little tiny things. And then by the end of the week, I bounce it down again. And after that, I'll listen to it more like, okay, now that I've done those little edits and, you know, things lowered, raised, and all that stuff, maybe little compression adjustments, then I'll sit with it and I'll be like, okay, and then I'll actually start writing to it. So that way I can see how would an artist write to this? Does it need some more breaks? Am I over saturating the frequency band so much that there's no real pocket for the artist? So what I might do is I might come back, hit the mic with a couple of lines and see, at least for my tone of voice, where are the frequencies hitting, and I compare it with the beat frequencies, and then I'll be like, okay, you know what, if I'm here, let me dip a little bit out of the frequencies on the beat so that there's room for the artist to kind of hit into the mix. So by the time someone gets it, they already have it like kind of ready to go for whoever's going to be mixing and engineering. If it's me, easier. If it's somebody else, I could say, hey, yeah, from this range to this range, you're going to see there's already kind of like a cut. Just throw them in there. It's going to fit just fine. This is a banger. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, a lot of the stuff I'm working on lately has this kind of vibe to it, like the old school, like sampled grittiness. I figure there's so many people nowadays doing like the Drake shit, or like the other way you can go, like with like the R&B infused type shit. Like I've done that a lot too, so it sucks because I like that style, but I'm like, since it's out there so much now, let me go back to this because I'm good at this too. And there's not a lot of this going on, so I figured if I use this, hell, I won't sound like everybody else, right? Yeah, almost has that like that Akai NPC vibe to it, which is kind of what I'm going for. But yeah, this one looks like it might be in a good spot right now. Let me see something here. Yeah, I'm gonna close this down just for the sake of showing you guys the Luna environment. Yeah, because the whole thing today as well is that I'm moving away from Pro Tools and I'm switching over to this DAW, this digital audio workstation, which is called Luna, that's made by Universal Audio. They're a huge player in the audio industry, and now they have their own DAW. And as you can see, this is kind of what it looks like when you open it up. I barely started dipping into it over the last few months, so I don't really have a lot of projects ran through here. This is one of the first few. I have another one that I was working on here, which is not released yet either. But I think it's got a decent mix on it too. So let's load this one up. Ooh, the only bad thing about this one though is I have some outboard gear on here, and I'm gonna have to disable it just because this streaming with it isn't gonna. I don't think it's gonna work with it. Yeah. So hold on. Let me try something here. Let me see. Isn't it hard to switch up the software? Yeah, most people never do it because they are so familiar with the DAW that they've been using forever that it's really hard to switch. It's like if you've had an Apple iPhone your whole life and then all of a sudden someone's like, here, use this Android. Yeah, it's gonna slow you down. Yeah, you're not gonna know where things are at. But if that's all you had to work with, you're eventually gonna figure it out, right? So I think this DAW is actually, it's more modernized than Pro Tools. Just the look of it on its own looks a lot cleaner. Yeah, there's some things about Pro Tools that I'm going to miss, but because this software is so new, I feel like they're going to fill in all those gaps because that is their main competition, right? They are going up against all the Pro Tools users. It's going to be hard to pull them away from something that they've used for so long. The thing they got going for them is that this software is free. There's also a paid version of it that gives you more plugins and console features, which I have the Pro 2. But then anyone that's looking to just start out, Pro Tools is a big expense. You can either go subscription, you could pay outright, and that's expensive. I paid outright for mine, so I have the I forget what they call it, pretty much the one that you get to keep forever, right? Let me see something here. Yeah, just thinking. Yeah, it's called a perpetual license. That's what I got. All right. Where is? Okay, so here's my mix bus, right? Here's my. Yeah, I got everything routed out in such a. Oh wow! It tried to reroute it on its own. Interesting. Wow, that's crazy that it rerouted all of it because it doesn't have access to the IO that I started out with. But you know what? I may have this in a regular WAV file somewhere. Let's see. Let me see if this plays for you guys here. No, I'm using up all the channels right now for it to play through. Well, anyways, I was trying to play you guys another song, basically what I was working on. But it's got a whole different configuration. I'm running outboard gear through it, so it's not going to play on stream. But sooner or later, that stuff should hopefully be available for you guys to listen to. I'm working on stuff right now, whether it be for a couple of artists, reaching out to have me do stuff for them. But I think they might already have like some beats that they just need me to work on mixing and maybe some mastering for them. I'm making stuff right now just because I always keep myself busy. I'm always learning new things. Like the software, I'm learning this. Hate it when Adobe switches subscription model for all the programs. Yeah, man, that's the thing. A lot of these programs, these companies want your subscription money. Even all these plugins, they have subscriptions where you could just subscribe and have access to all these plugins. But let me see if this is. I hope this works. Yeah, so it's okay. But yeah, then you're at the mercy of the subscription, and I don't like that. So I like to bind mine outright, like quote unquote own my stuff. You just can't update it for free. It just means if a newer version or something comes out that looks cooler, works better, then you gotta buy it again. But whatever, I've been collecting these plugins and everything for years. I've invested a lot of money into it. I'm not about to abandon all this crap for a subscription-based service. But yes, I've been making a lot of stuff like this, whether I use it for an artist or maybe even use it for myself, because that could be something too. I did a microphone comparison video recently, just to kind of, I had 3 mics I just wanted to shoot out real quick. I did a short video. I was first gonna do like a long 30-minute video. I have B-roll footage for all the mics, this being one of them, talking about the build quality, the packaging, the differences, the sound frequency. I had like all this stuff mapped out. But I was like, you know what? More and more these days, people have ADHD and they don't necessarily sit through all of that stuff. Maybe I just make a short, like a 2-minute like reel or something people can just watch. So I do have one of those. Let me see if I can find a reel, because I don't know if anyone goes to my YouTube side from here from Twitch, but I do have 2 YouTube channels. Let's see here. Where is it? Let's look under. I think it's on my regular VA-Trax one. Maybe that's why. Yeah. Oh yeah, here it is. Sign in. I'm about to sign in front of everybody to confirm I'm not. Oh, is that VPN making it act weird?
Let's get ready to record. Welcome to the microphone shootout of 3 of the best $1,000 range microphones on rap vocals. First up, we got the Warm Audio WA-8000G, coming in at a price tag of $1,299 US. Let's go. Yeah, put me in the game, you know we up next, yeah, we bring the pain. Not a scene of flex with a level up gang, you don't wanna get wrecked by this wrecking ball chain. This that cheat code, I make it look easy like I'm shooting free throws. I stay locked in like a con in the pan, got you bopping again while I'm going beast mode. I'm born for this, take no L's, victorious. MVP, I'm known for this, pockets on big, notorious now. And in this corner, we have the Neumann TLM 103, coming in at a price tag of $1,195 US. Let's get it. Yeah, put me in the game, you know we up next, yeah, we bring the pain. Not a single flex with a level up gang, you don't wanna get wrecked by this wrecking ball chain. This that cheat code, I make it look easy like I'm shooting free throws. I stay locked in like a con in the pan, got you bopping again while I'm going beast mode. I'm born for this, take no L's, victorious. MVP, I'm known for this, pockets on big, notorious now. And coming in all the way from Chile, we have the Stam Audio SA87i, coming in at a price tag of $990 US. Let's go. Yeah, put me in the game, you know we up next, yeah, we bring the pain. Not a single flex with a level up gang, you don't wanna get wrecked by this wrecking ball chain.
That's this one here.
This that cheat code, I make it look easy like I'm shooting free throws. I stay locked in like a con in the pan, got you bopping again while I'm going beast mode. I'm born for this, take no L's, victorious. MVP, I'm known for this, pockets on big, notorious now. Thanks for watching. Tell us which mic you thought was the best, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
All right, so that's pretty much the short that I made for those 3 mics. But yeah, like I was saying, I had a rap for those demonstrations, and kind of made me feel like, you know what, maybe I got a little bit more in the tank to drop some records soon. So hell, maybe I use one of these tracks or something to make a song too. We'll see. But yeah, if you guys aren't subscribed to my YouTube channels, please do so. You know, I would love to get a community going over there too, because I feel like honestly, at one point or another, and maybe as soon as starting next year, I might be more heavily on the YouTube side than Twitch. So if anybody here does follow my content on Twitch and you don't want to miss out, I would suggest go ahead and subscribe on the YouTube side, VA-Trax, and the VA-Trax live channel, because there could come a day where that may be the only place to find me. That's a cool video format to compare mics. Yeah, man, I just figured like let's do it real quick, you know, kind of make it sound like a little boxing match, you know, putting them up one against one another. And yeah, I just kind of did the same verse, the same take. I gain matched them. I made sure that I didn't have a lot of there was no like compression, EQ, all that stuff. I just took it out of the equation just so you can kind of hear the mic. The only thing, it was just running through a preamp, and then yeah, you guys just kind of heard the raw take. There was no crazy editing or anything like that going on. Now, if I were to do like a full video, I would have also done, hey, this is what it sounds like running it through EQ and compression and having effects and everything on it. Because another thing about microphones is how well does it take EQ? Sometimes they fall apart when you start EQing things and it's a bad mic. It'll sound like pretty bad, like little harsh and just kind of like piercing to the ears in some frequencies. But yeah, like I said, I feel like a lot of more people would probably watch a shorter video than a longer video these days. If I start getting the traction and the people asking for it, then yeah, of course, I'll start making some longer videos, more in-depth stuff. Longer Face, you might have seen my video even through Itchy's channel where I reviewed the this one here. This controller from 8BitDo is the 8-Bit Pro 2 controller, and I did like that was almost like a 30-minute video. Lot of views on it and stuff, but I feel like that's a different market, you know. I think those guys are gonna probably sit through a longer video maybe. But yeah, that's part of what I've been working on the side is just getting maybe the YouTube channel going a little bit more these days. So Itchy would be happy. But yeah, thanks for sitting through this session today on getting this mix done. But as you can see, it's definitely a process, guys. It's time consuming. That's why whenever I go to work on stuff like this, it does take time away from, you know, streaming games. It takes away time from my personal life with my family, all kinds of stuff. So it's like I got to be really selective when to do it. But yeah, I appreciate you guys sitting through. You know, you can get a little education course with me here if you want to learn stuff or just vibe out to the tracks. That's cool too. For those on Twitch, you are currently in ad land for the next 3 minutes, but like I said, check me out on YouTube. No ads there. Maybe that'll be a better way to do it. But yeah, we'll see what happens on the next one. But yeah, I've been kind of like on a roll, getting some tracks like this with the same kind of vibe. So hell, maybe we get a project going that has like this old school vibe to it, and maybe it'll do something. You cooked this beat today from the beginning. So I actually did the beat in Reason over the last few days. But as far as the mix, yeah, the mix was all today. And the mixing side is where you start going through the plugins. You arrange the song to have like, you know, your intro, your hook, your verses and all that stuff. But yeah, mainly today was adjusting the levels. Today was about adding on the plugins for the compression, making sure they all play nice together, so to speak. So all the cool stuff I like to do is obviously, I think what a lot of people like to do too is like play with the plugins and do all that kind of manipulation. So like these kind of intricate cuts and stuff like that, and dialing in your compressors and finding the right harmonic frequencies for certain stuff. Like all of this stuff takes time. I am not AI, and AI will never replace like a producer and engineer to kind of hear things in a way where it's like you can have it sound mundane and something like that's already been done before, or you can try to like, because imagine if AI did this. You could say, hey, make it sound like an old school record, but it might kind of mix and master it in the way where it's more modernized. So it's hard to say exactly, I want to have it sound like this from this era. It needs to be using this equipment. I need to have this percentage of saturation on these tracks. Like, you're not going to know how to do that unless you're an audio engineer, you know, to call out exactly what you think it needs. And will it have the tools to do it? Absolutely not. You'd have to have still some sort of hardware that it's running the things through too. So it's a whole thing. Yeah, you're always going to get better results with an actual audio engineer sitting and doing the thing for you, you know, but it's time consuming. That's why when I have clients come to me that are new to the game, or maybe they don't know the amount of work that goes into something like this is kind of what I liked about streaming now. I'm able to show you guys the process. I'm showing you how many hours it takes to do this kind of stuff. When you ask me to do another edit, you're like, oh, that version you gave me was cool, but can you do this and this and this and this, and then expect it to not cost anything extra? It's like telling your gardener, hey, you did a great job, but can you also go chop down that tree and then rake up those leaves and then just go ahead and wash off my driveway on top of it, and expecting not to pay him more? Like, bro, that would be insane, right? So when it comes to the audio engineer community, I feel like it's a tougher gig. It's not for the weak-hearted. You got to really know how to deal with not just the music side and stuff and having a good ear, but also, you know, dealing with the people side. There's going to be times where people expect things for free, and maybe that's just comes with the territory. But yeah, you got to, at one point, you got to look out for you. You got to look out for your fam. You got to show people that, hey, this is time consuming, and you know, it's a job. I don't do it for just for laughs. I mean, yeah, it's something I always do my whole life, whether I get paid or not. But you wanna have something to show for it, right? Just like if you guys go to do a 9-to-5 job, same type of deal, right? Grittiness, it's coming back to hip hop. Let's do it. Yeah, man. I think it's time. It's definitely time. It's just when things get a little too music wise, it doesn't even have to be hip hop, just mainstream, too polished sounding. That's when you got someone come and knock you over the head with something just like more raw, more street, more like some actual soul in it, you know? And that's kind of what I'm going for these days. Yo, can I use this beat for free? I'll give you a shout. Yeah, exactly, Mongerface. You know what's up? It's like, I'll give you exposure. Shout out. When I make it, I'm gonna bring you with me. Oh yeah, really? Okay, great. Anyone that's ever said that shit never happens. They go and get signed and leave everybody behind them, and they start going out to look for Boy Wonder or whoever the hell they want for their sound, right? They go find the biggest producers that they can afford, that the label will pay for, and then that'll be it. So yeah, anytime you work with someone like on this level, you're gonna do something like that. It's not unheard of. You could be like, hey, I'm gonna give you this beat, and then I'm signing you to like a 3-song deal. Like if I think you're actually gonna do something with it, then I get a percentage, and if you get a contract, then I am coming on as your producer or engineer for your next 2 major releases, and I'm gonna have at least 3 tracks on each one of those albums. This is the split. So you got to have all that stuff lined up, because you don't, you're gonna be crying about it later, right? But yeah, Mongerface, the thing that I have done recently, just to get my name out there more, I like have a few people that I can provide short little like intro music, outro music, maybe for like their YouTube, their stream, things like that. As long as they give me proper credit in all of their YouTube uploads. I've done that for free before, because that itself, I feel like, okay, that's me handing out my business card in a way. I got something that other people are pushing for me, and I could see the streams, I could see the numbers, my name's tagged on it, there's a link to my site, that kind of stuff. And I feel like I have more control over it. Like I could do something for 30 seconds, cool, as opposed to I'm mixing in your stems on your beat, and I'm mixing all your vocals, and then I'm mastering it and putting all those hours in. I can't do that for free, right? There's certain things I gotta pick and choose where it makes sense business wise. But that's why I even told Itchy the other day too. I'm like, hey man, like I don't mind giving you like a little intro song or something if you want. So all he has to do is say the word. There's certain people that I fuck with like that, so Itchy's one of them. If he needs something from me, like yeah, he knows how to get a hold of me. Yeah, definitely like a business card, you know. But yeah, business wise, you got to be on point. But yeah, I think I've done enough running in my mouth for one day, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day here. But before you guys go anywhere, I am going to try to see if there's anybody here that we can raid into. I do a lot of retro gaming. I think that's why a lot of you guys know me from. So anyone we raid into right now might be on that level. So give me a sec here. Thank you so much, guys, for always coming in and supporting. I appreciate you. I'm a smaller streamer, and I hope one day to be a bigger one and have a cool community for you guys to keep coming back to. But until then, VA Tracks out. Hold on for the raid.